Hello, Metal. What's up? Just about to get started. Sick and dying. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's no bueno. Still playing Cyclone though? Nice. Dang, nice. 40 mil. Pretty good.
Keep them back! Be gone, foul enemy!
With every death, I live a little bit more.
Headhunter is really good on the build, yeah. So if you want to use it, especially like, you know, for mapping, it's Headhunter and Cyclone is pretty amazing, for sure. Definitely would recommend. Did I already grab all three? I did. I always do this. Always do this. What are you doing? This poor Roa's body at them, and hello, what's up? I'm doing some meme stuff. We're gonna make a Cyclone build that's cast on crit that drops zombies everywhere and kills everything. So that's the idea. I tried doing a build like this a couple leagues ago on Witch, doing cast while channeling, and the issue is cast while channeling is capped at only using a skill every 0.35 seconds. So we're gonna do cast on crit and scale it with the insane stuff that Sabo has for triggering abilities and whatnot. Try to get a bunch of zombies to fall while we Cyclone. We'll see how it goes.
Feel that chill.
Where's Mommy's bubble?
Ready.
I don't.
Okay, let's go.
What little help I can offer is. God hasn't abandoned us.
So,
got a job for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing Pee-wee too. I'm waiting for the reveal on the 4th, and I'm gonna see like what they're adding to the game, and then I'll try to come up with an idea for a build. I made a wannabe Cyclone in 0.3. But I know they're going to be introducing Druid. I'm hoping that they introduce something with swords or some other kind of melee class, because I'd be interested in playing left side of the tree. If all they have is Druid, I'll try Druid out, but like I'm hoping that maybe it's 2 classes and not just one, but it's probably just going to be Druid, unfortunately. It'd be dope if they added like a duelist or some kind of melee class in there. Just, you know, besides Warrior. So, we'll see what they have in the patch notes, and then I'll make a determination on what I'm going to play. But yes, I will be playing PoE 2. How long I play PoE 2 is going to depend on how good the patch is. PoE 2 has had really bad endgame, and really bad crafting, and really bad build variety, because it's still in beta. So there's really not a lot in the game for me to explore once I get through the campaign. So if they have more endgame, better crafting, or better build variety, I'll probably play it longer than I normally do. Yeah, it just needs more stuff in the game. There's just, all you can do right now is play right side tree, evasion, ES, scaling to do anything. And it's just not fun. There's not a lot of variety. So if they add more variety and more endgame, I'll play it more than a week. If they don't, I'll probably play it for like a week or 2, and then I'll be done for another 3 or 4 months. Yeah. And I don't hold anything against them. They're just like, you know, they're in development right now. It's a beta game. But it also, because it's a beta game, doesn't mean like there's not enough content in that game for me to sink a lot of time into. So but something with axes or swords would be really dope, like doing some kind of melee class. I feel like melee in that game is not going to ever work until they address the life issues. Like, you can't play life builds in that game effectively if you try to do any kind of hard content. So they got to figure out life in PoE 2, because life builds are non-existent right now. So even if they add axe or sword builds, like once you get done with the campaign, if you start trying to scale into harder content, you're gonna hate the fact that you didn't play an evasion ES character. Unless they fix life in PoE 2. You can't even scale life in PoE 2. Like, there's no way to do it. You can stack strength, but that's about it, and it's terrible. The defensive layers you get playing the right side of the tree with evasion and ES are infinitely superior to anything you can do with melee right now. That isn't a monk. So there's a lot of stuff they gotta fix in that game. Like, a lot of stuff.
Hello. Take care.
Oh, it's definitely going in the right direction. Yeah. I'm not trying to be pessimistic about PoE 2. Like, I think, you know, I think at some point PoE 2 is going to be an amazing game. But I also think that there's this kind of like, oh, you know, PoE 2's out, you know. The problem I have with PoE 2 is it's just not a complete game, right? So once you get through the campaign, there's just nothing to do in endgame. And outside of that, there's like very limited build variety into what you can do. So the game just feels severely incomplete, which it should because it's in beta. But I think some people have an expectation like, oh, you know, people should sink hundreds of hours into this game. There's not hundreds of hours worth of content in that game. So like PoE 2 for me is fun for like a week or 2, and then it just becomes not fun at all because I can't experiment with build variety because everything sucks outside of a few things. You can't play half the entire passive skill tree because none of it's developed, so you have to play the right side of the skill tree. It's just very, it just needs time to cook, you know? It's just definitely not there yet. It's got a long, long way to go, but it is moving in the right direction. What's up, Chris? Yeah, I suspect in like a year, at the pace that they're going with updates, I expect like in a year and a half, You know, so like another 18 months, the game will be very good. Like very, very good. I don't foresee it being very good in December, unless they're adding a ton of crazy stuff and fixing a lot of the problems that people have been addressing for over a year now. You know, it took PoE 1 a long time to become as good as it is right now, right? Like PoE 1 in 2012 was a very different game than PoE 1 in 2019. So it just like these things take a while, you know. So I just don't get like I don't get super hyped, or I tailor my expectations, I guess is the best way to say it, you know, because I think some people get super hyped and then like it's like, oh, this wasn't as great as I thought it was going to be. Well, it's in beta. They're working on the game. It's going to take months and months and possibly years before it ever gets really to a point where it feels as good as PoE 1. This spell cascade doesn't work with fallen zombie. Okay, interesting. Probably just put melee fizz, or probably melee splash on here would work. Well, we get minion damage at level 8, so we'll probably use that. Oh, nice. Knocked out a bunch of endgame stuff. Bottled Faith, nice. Pretty good flask. Yeah, it's a lot of progress. I still have to do a couple of my Maven invitations, most notably the Feared. And I also want to go 40 out of 40, but I'm playing SSF, so it'll be a bit of a grind. Yeah, they're not too bad. A few of those achievements are going to be a little rough. I'm going to be going Saboteur. So the way this build works, a lot of people have done this with like brands, but I'm going to be doing it with Cyclone. So we're going to go Saboteur. We're going to take advantage of double triggers. We're going to take advantage of lucky crits. And also heavily increased cooldown recovery. And so the plan is we're going to stack crit on Cyclone and get as many zombies to drop as possible as we spin. So taking like a bunch of minion stuff on the tree, taking some extra cast speed, and then most people that have played Falling Zombie Saboteur do like brand skills and they go evasion and stuff like that. We're going to be going into armor and block because I do have this Fallen shield from the Black Knight on SSF. So I'm going to play this Fallen shield for lucky block and all that stuff, and we're going to go into block nodes and things like that. Do you have any tips on how to get the Stampede boots? I've been farming Blight for a long time. Does it drop from the pump or chest? From the pump. Yeah, I've been told, and from what I've seen briefly online, it appears that running Heist for the replica Stampede boots is going to be better on SSF. You have, like, on average, if you do like 100 wings doing blueprints, you should see replica Stampede. So it's probably a bit better to farm it that way than doing actual Blight. I got lucky and got like 2 pairs on SSF doing just a few Blights. That's not the norm, looking at the the average and the numbers.
This world
Yeah, no
isn't
problem.
yours
Had
to
my stampedes
conquer.
drop for me in SSF before I switched, but that was like after 2 or 3 days of farming blight. Yeah, I got very lucky. My first blight ravage map, a pair dropped, and then I had another pair of stampede boots drop like, you know, a couple blight maps later. So, just very lucky this league on SSF with that.
Gone, foul enemy. Help me! For victory!
Greetings. Farewell. Still alive. Farewell. What have you?
So at Walmart, how's it going? We're going Sabo because we get lucky crit, which is going to help because we're doing, the idea is we're going to play Cyclone with cast on crit. So Sabo gives us lucky crit so that we trigger more often. Trigger bots so that we get, my triggered spells will trigger twice, once from each of the trigger bots. So essentially, because Raise Zombie is a spell, when it triggers from cast on crit, it'll happen twice instead of once. And then we're also going for the increased cooldown recovery. The idea is to try to get as many zombies to fall as possible while we crit with Cyclone. So we're trying to, you know, the more zombies that fall per second, the more damage we do. We'll see how it works. There's been a lot of people that have done this using brand skills with Falling Zombie. I want to use Cyclone, and they usually go brands, evasion. I'm going to be doing Cyclone and going left side of the tree, going block, using block as a defensive layer with armor, and then running like Fortify, implicit on chest, and some other stuff to make us tanky. Just started your hardcore SSF journey. Nice. Yeah, I've been enjoying SSF in general. It's like a lot of fun.
The Oculus prison's a child's playhouse compared to this.
I was looking at some Bloodline stuff. There was a crazy thing apparently that got patched right when they announced the Bloodlines. So there was this Katarina Ascendancy. Prolonged servitude. Minions cannot be killed but die 6 seconds after being reduced to 1 life. So basically people were like, oh, if you do Falling Zombie, they won't die when they impact. They'll stay alive for 6 more seconds. And then you could stack that with minion instability when they are on low life, so they would just continuously trigger like they'd fall, do their impact, they wouldn't die, they'd be low life, and then you'd also get increased damage from minion instability. But then shortly after, people were posting about that GGG fixed the gem to say the zombies cannot survive the impact, so that's no longer feasible. Looking at some of the other Bloodline Ascendancies, like I would probably, if I had to pick something, I don't know what I would drop on Sabo. It would probably be the increased cooldown recovery rate, but I'd have to find some other minion ascendancy that is powerful enough to make that worthwhile. Raised Zombie is an interesting gem because you don't scale it the way you do other minion skills. It's basically the only way you can scale the damage is through like flat increases to the overall minion damage, and by triggering more zombies that can fall per second. So that's why Sabo is pretty good for this gem in particular, because you want as many zombies per second to hit the target. Yeah, the question will be, once I do like my Sabo ascendancies and stuff, how does it actually feel? Like how many zombies do we get per second while I'm using Cyclone? I'm sure mapping it's going to feel fine. I'd be curious what the single target damage is like. So we'll see. I'm at that point, you know, we're about 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks into the league. I'm at that point where I start experimenting with like new build ideas and stuff.
Existence is stilled.
Keep things interesting.
For the dreamer.
And realistically, I've got about a weekish until the nodes drop for PoE 2, and then I'll start theory crafting something for PoE 2. I typically use blood stance, but if you're feeling squishy, you can run sand. It's fizz damage, not Ellie. Although you could probably try to convert the fizz into Ellie damage. I don't know how you would do it. You'd probably have to use something like the Triad gloves to convert, you know, the minion damage into an Ellie type. But we're going to be doing fizz damage, so we'll be running Pride. I'm going to be running Haste, Flesh and Stone, that kind of stuff. Alright, where am I going here? Gotta get out of prison. We're literally trapped in the prison.
Curious. It moves like a killer, yet reeks of thaumaturgy. What did I put it
You think me horror? I will show you what true horror is. Come. Let me embrace you.
Big just means more places to stick a blade.
It scales with minion damage. The best weapon to use is Montragle's Grasp. So one of the reasons why I'm playing this build is I have the uniques that you'd want to have to play this build. So what we're going to be using is this weapon. So it reduces maximum number of raised zombies by 50%. That doesn't matter with raised zombie of falling because we don't hit a cap. And then they get, they do 100% more physical damage, which is huge. And they explode also when they're killed, dealing 50% of their life as fire damage. So we're going to use this weapon. We're going to use Ashes, which I got from Eater, to scale the quality of the gem for more damage. And then my take is we're going to be doing a block version of this with Cyclone. I have this Fallen, so we're going to run this shield with a bunch of block on the tree. For some defense. So those be the three main uniques, and then I'm going to run Roomies also as a flash to scale the block more. So that's the idea. If I wanted to do more damage, I could run a second Scepter or something for minions instead of a shield and just be way squishier, but I don't want to do that.
Be well.
Stay sharp out there.
What little help I can. Goodbye.
I welcome you. Yes, just like that. The Genesis tree accepts your offering. Be at peace.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
It lives! Let's see what else it
Not all murders are equal.
I think it's gonna be south actually. Oh, I'm heading north.
I'm usually the one making the ghosts. Someone's being busy.
No.
Greetings. Stay sharp.
Hello. Take care. What little help? Be well.
Greeting. Stay sharp out there.
Yes? Farewell.
Welcome. Farewell. Still alive. Stay sharp out there.
I shall slay every last one of you! We can win this! For Rayclast!
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Drive back the Highborn! I nearly have it! For reclass!
Yeah, you're gonna want charges gain on crit, sizzle until you get mage blood.
Stop my. Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure were the circumstances reversed, you'll brace house
I almost feel sorry for you, Finn.
Yes?
Fair great.
Greetings. She will soon bear fruit. She is pleased. Greetings. Drive them back.
I'm a gardener clearing the weeds so that the crops may grow.
Bruh.
True face!
My first dance with a lady of quality. Pity she let us out.
Oh, forest. Death has too many damp places to hide in the forest.
Aye.
You're wrong.
A beast. Stay true to you.
What are some good leveling scarabs at level 70? Probably anything that's going to increase, like, probably I would imagine the best XP still comes from Abyss. And from doing, maybe Beyond. So any scarabs that juice that to get more monsters, more XP. If all you're caring about is getting levels. Typically, like, you don't really need to worry about scarabs for XP, especially at level 70. Level 70, you're just going to gain levels by playing the game. It's usually once you're, like, in the like, the early to mid 90s that you're going to start to fall off on leveling, and that's where you're going to want to be safer with the maps you run and be more conservative with XP. If you're on trade, you can buy Omens of Amelioration, which make it so that when you die, you only lose a quarter of a bar as opposed to 2 bars of XP. Things like that. Yeah, no problem. Might have to deviate from the POB a little bit just to get some damage in early, and then repath later. So I might come up here actually, and take Death's Attunement, just for some extra damage, extra specters, and then also grab life recovery for my non-zombie minions. Yeah, I think we'll do that.
flashy swords.
I have traveled far.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I've seen some dark places in my line of work, but this is
Should probably get shield charge set up too.
That thing! It slaughtered everyone! Help me!
no point in looking back now. There's just death and the loss of it.
Piety was a...
What?
I go with courage.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
troubles. Hello. Return. Must. Troubles.
There.
I thought you were...
Now that's what you get for throwing a stick to a knife fight.
That was.
I believe it's like fizz damage, Sizzle. So like the way you mitigate it is by having lots of armor, life regen. But if you do the dark shrines in lab, there's shrine effects you can get that make it that the traps do very little damage to you while you're doing lab.
Be well.
Just need a moment to.
This shadow is starting to feel a little inadequate.
Hey, what's up from Bavaria? Thanks for the follow. Der Baron. Must be what, like late afternoon, evening for you right now? Yeah, I lived for 4 years in Europe, in the UK, so never made my way to Bavaria though. It was kind of rough while I was out there because half the time was during the apex of COVID back in like 2020 to 22, basically. So traveling was kind of a pain during that time. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm glad that the guide has been helping you out. Hope you're enjoying the spin to win life.
Just need a moment to catch.
I'm actually making a new spin to win build today. We'll see how it goes. It's kind of built on the concept of a meme, but I think it might be promising. Man, I might need to make another cup of coffee here. Might need to make another cup of coffee. Okay.
Low on mana.
I like Darius as much as the next assassin, but that was overdoing it.
Ah, it's so good to be back in the city.
I don't think.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The concept is basically we're going to use Cyclone with cast on crit to summon a ton of zombies that fall from the sky and do damage. So we'll see how it works out. Just got a Ebod transfer that's worth some currency on trade. Nice.
You look.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yes?
Hey, welcome back, Cashew, and thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it.
Be careful.
Alright, so sometime in the next 15 levels I should be able to go cast on crit Cyclone, so we're going to probably need to get some crit on the tree. Most of the crit that I'm grabbing is honestly just right here, and like right here. I think we'll grab these 3 points, we'll come down here, grab this life, and grab this crit. It's not going to do much for my minion damage, but that will help us when we make the transition to Cyclone. So that's like 3... It's like 14, 15 points with some skill points, yeah. And then we can start, once we grab all that, then we'll come down here and grab the big minion damage wheel over here. Have to run a diamond flask too, try to get as much crit as possible early on to trigger the ability.
Treat life and death with equal grace, it said. If I were death, I'd take offense at this place.
Shadow continues to nip at my heels. Bag it and tag it, boys and girls. Do it for science, Shadow! Enough of this!
General, why are you still standing there?
That was fun.
Just want to thank you for the Cyclone Slayer build. I enjoyed it so much and I had a great time playing this week. Really appreciate your work. Hey, thanks Cashew. Thanks for the sub, and I'm glad that you had a really good time with the build. Yeah, I put a lot of work into it, so I'm glad that it's helping a lot of you guys out and that you're having a good time.
return to your barren world. I nearly have it! For the dreamer!
The people.
speck of dust or brick out of place. Someone's got too much time on their hands.
Retreat, Highborn!
Just need a moment.
Swarming me! We can win this! Burn it all to the ground! For Reclus!
You and what is that? The cockroach. I like that.
Greetings. She is pleased. Hello again. Fight for Rayclast. She will soon bear fruit.
Hail God's Slayer.
I have not got my coffee. I probably should do that. I think when I get to the next waypoint I will. I do need some coffee. Yeah, I'm gonna go make some real quick. I will be right back, guys. Coffee acquired.
You're not the only one who wields death as a weapon, boy. I fought for Tom.
Had I killed you back in Orient, I'd have been showered in gold. Where's the justice?
I refuse it. What's the plan?
Following your build as a normal trade player, and I'm super happy with it. Love the detailed POV, especially the non-abyssus alternative. Never had a good time with that helmet. Yeah. Yeah, I put together the non-abyssus version, just because I know a lot of people don't like the squishiness. Glad you're enjoying it.
I was once off my tits for 3 days after taking bad leaf drops.
That's just like this place. I'd question what I've become if I felt the need. I don't.
just need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah, the build has a pretty smooth leveling experience and does really well going through all Atlas progression. That's why I think it's really good League starter. It's the build though, Falling Zombie, I'm not super familiar with all the different builds. So I'm making another Cyclone build, but this one is going to be, instead of Cyclone being the damage, Cyclone is going to be a trigger that causes zombies to fall with the gem. And we're going Saboteur to really try to ramp up the amount of zombies that drop when we trigger them with the Cyclone. So probably in like another 10 to 15 levels, I'll be making the swap to Cyclone cast on crit and seeing how it feels. Crit's kind of rough early on, so it might take a few more acts for it to kind of start to balance out.
You've no idea what's at stake here, Shadow.
There's also a few important uniques in this build that kind of make the build work. I can't start using them till like around level 60, so
You've no idea what's at stake.
leveling's a bit janky with this. This isn't really like a League starter build. This is more like a Cyclone build that you can do as a second character or something. It does require... absolutely requires one unique, and then which is pretty cheap on trade. And then there's a couple other uniques that just give really good quality of life.
I try not to.
So we're going to be using the main unique that's mandatory is Montegrol's Grasp. This is really cheap on trade, but this makes it so like the raised zombie of falling. Like the main way you scale damage is increase like minion damage. So this is 101% more, not increased, but more physical damage. So this is like insane. And then Ashes is really good for quality on the gems, on the skill gems for raised zombie of falling. So not mandatory, but like really is really good. And then because I want to, a lot of people that play this they use Brand to trigger the zombies, and they play Evasion on the right side of the tree. I want to play Block because I like Block. So I'm going to be using, I got the Svalin to drop from killing the Black Knight on SSF, so I'm going to use this. Not mandatory, but it should make me feel pretty tanky. And then I'm also going to sock it in there like Shock Nova and a Hex Touch Curse, so that I'm constantly triggering a shock effect on mobs and cursing them. And then I'm also going to be using the Devouring Diadem, so I can run a couple extra auras. And I'll be using Eldritch Batteries for Energy Shield over my mana, so I can reserve most of my mana. So these are like the 4... Oh, and then I'm going to run Rumi's Flask to scale the block even further with the shield. So 5 uniques, 1 mandatory, the rest are just like quality of life. So yeah, not really like a League starter build. Although you could actually play this League starter and then like buy this on trade for however much this is going for, like 1 chaos or whatever. So you actually could League start this build, but you really want like a Devouring and a Dot and an Ashes to like make it probably feel good. And then if you're gonna do the block stuff, like obviously this is the best thing you can run. So yeah. So I'm gonna use this Fallen on this build. So we'll see how it feels.
Goodbye.
Yeah, this build is still like a work in progress, so we'll see how, like, on paper it looks good. So the idea is like one of our zombies is doing like 6.4 mil damage. And on average we should be triggering, because we're going crit and stuff like that with Cyclone, we should be triggering like 10 plus per second. There should be quite a few dropping. There should be a lot of damage. But I won't know if that's accurate or not until I actually get to this point where I can play the build. And it should be relatively tanky because we're going to be going into the block nodes. We're going to be taking Fortify on the chest. We're going to be running support specters. We're also going to have endurance charges because we have the small cluster jewel for enduring composure, which I actually have one of those too, I believe. I should. Thought I did. Unless I moved it somewhere else. But yeah, that'll be how we generate endurance charges. Thought I had one of those. Maybe I don't yet. But yeah, we'll generate enduring composure, or we'll use enduring composure to generate endurance charges to get us a little tankier. And then that's pretty much it. Yeah. Nothing too crazy. We're also going to run Animate Guardian for some extra buffs for our minions. So we'll see how it all feels. It's unfortunate. I thought I had a small cluster jewel for the armor effect for Enduring Composure. So I'll have to figure out another way to generate endurance charges. I'll probably have to use Enduring Cry or something until I get that squared away. I'll have to run some Delirium. So it's kind of like a meme idea for a build, but it should already killed Bitey, but it should in theory, like as far as mapping goes, it should feel really nice. And then I don't know how good it's going to be at doing like bossing until I actually get to a point where I can test that out. So may or may not be good as a bosser. We shall see. Let's get Pride there. Okay. Don't know. Should have enough Anna to run this for now, and then do some mana reservation because I'm gonna want to run Precision when I go cast on Crit Cyclone soon. I also don't know what Saboteur Ascendancy I want to pick first. I probably will go with the Trigger Bots, and then we'll probably do second and third lab for Calculated Risk to scale our crit even further, and then I'll do my last lab for Clockwork. I think that's how I'm going to do this. I think Trigger Bots are what I want to go for first.
Low on mana.
I hate this zone so much. Despise it.
Whoever built this, was desperately compensating for something.
Yeah, the tree is OP. It's like very, very good. It's made SSF very like enjoyable. So I've had a great time playing SSF this league because of the tree. Mostly because one of the things I really don't like about the tree, or I don't like about SSF, is having to figure out 6 links like early on when you do a fresh league start. It just feels, I don't know, with how easy it is to get on trade. Like there was a point when getting a 6 link on trade was kind of an investment, right? Years and years ago, and it was something to kind of work towards your first week. Now you get a 6 link like, you know, 7 hours into leveling your character. You buy them for like 5 chaos or whatever. So because they're so trivialized now on trade, and it's not like even a mini goal to work towards, I think it's a very arbitrary thing to have to worry about in SSF. So the tree basically giving you your 6 links so easily makes SSF enjoyable for me, because I don't think like something that you can buy for 3 chaos or 5 chaos on trade should be that much more difficult to get in a game mode like SSF. It made more sense years ago when getting a 6 link was like a day 2 or day 3 upgrade for most people. Now it's like you get one as soon as you go to maps, you just buy it on trade and start doing white maps. So yeah, the tree has made SSF a lot of fun, and I've enjoyed crafting both my weapon and body armors with it.
I've dealt with far darker shadows than you, Exile.
Submit, heretic! Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? Shrink not from God!
Low on mine.
The light of divinity! Nightmare prevails!
Graphs are OP. I hope they keep it the same after League without nerfing it too hard.
This world
I'm sure
is
it's
an
gonna get nerfed
illusion,
in some
Exile.
ways, but I could imagine it still being in something you invest into for Breach on the Atlas tree. Yeah, this is the first League that I've played SSF exclusively because of the tree. The tree has, and it's simply because of the 6 links from the tree, like more than anything else. That has made playing SSF enjoyable for me. Not having to worry about trade, all those other things are super nice. But yeah, just that one thing that the tree solved made SSF a viable game mode for me, like it's to be played exclusively.
It's funny, Your Grace. I always thought you'd be taller.
I think we'll work towards some more damage nodes over here for minions. We'll take, we're gonna head down this way, we'll take this whole wheel. Yeah, you can migrate your characters and or your entire, so you can migrate just your characters, or you can migrate your entire status, so that includes your stash, your Atlas progression, all of that, you can move it over to trade. So whenever you like decide you want to go to trade and do whatever, you can take a character over there, or you could take your entire progress, like just fully convert your SSF over, which is pretty nice. That way you don't have to redo your Atlas progression or anything like that. That enrage though.
We mark. Go where you are needed.
What mechanics did I farm with my Slayer? I did a lot of, so I'm playing SSF, so my strategies are a bit different than playing trade. When I started out, I did a lot of Blight for oils and to get the Stampede boots, as well as doing some Ritual. And then I segued into doing like Essences, Harvest, and Harbies, so that I could get crafting materials. And then I have an Atlas tree that's dedicated to genning up boss maps, so like destructive play, so I can get frags for doing bosses and stuff. It's pretty much my SSF tree, or SSF trees. So yeah, basically this is slightly different than what it was originally. So this is no longer Blight. This is like Harvest Essence Ritual for farming up mats for crafting. I have a Delirium Beast tree that I was doing. I think I actually swapped this over to Betrayal and some Torment stuff because I was working on challenges for the League. But this was like a Deliriums and Beast tree for farming up Cluster Jewels and things. And then I have a Destructive Play tree for doing bossing. Yeah, if you go to my website, Baron, Sanovix.com, I have a page on there for my Atlas strategies that has the different trees I use on SSF as well as links to the Atlas Planner so you can play around with them. Website's still a work in progress. I gotta do the crafting page sometime over the next week and put some crafting recipes and stuff on there. So soonish, that'll be done. Might start working on it later tonight or tomorrow. Yeah, so basically that's going to be going forward where I have a bunch of links to all my stuff. I'll still be posting videos for things, major updates and whatnot, but that'll be like a place to just generally find things like my Atlas trees, crafting recipes, frequently asked questions, links to all my POVs and stuff. This character turns out to be decent, for instance, I'll make a video on it and everything, but I'll also post information on the website there for it too. Can I survive a slam? Yes, I can. Alright.
I just killed an emperor with a feather.
I used to. Until next time.
Ooh, look at that.
Crit resistant. That's unfortunate.
Now that was satisfying.
I will slay every last one of you!
Lvling is keeping very busy in the bowels of this mountain.
They're swarming me! I've almost got it! Begone, fiends! For Rayclass!
Arbitrage is mobile. Cha-ching.
It's always comforting to witness an honest, permanent death.
Cha-ching. Jewelry sword.
I do hope these constipated bowels don't find their release while I'm still inside.
Cha-ching.
Greeting.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
Yes.
Take care.
I am the Rezo, the Sword King. It was here in the pits of Theopolis that I made my name, killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even be considered alive. In this, so glorious of arenas, I care nothing for your past, only your future. And for that, you will have to fight.
Retreat, Highborn! Destroy them all! I nearly have it! For victory!
Orb of regret.
People of the gutters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand. Another good performance, gentlemen. If we miss, yet but cool and his stinking flock were simply an audition. Let us see how you fare in the grand arena of Theopolis. Welcome to the grand arena of Theopolis. It is here that you will die a death worthy of applause, gladiator.
None shall pass! I nearly have it!
So I decided to go with Headhunter for a bit on Cyclone Shockwave. Do you think I should switch to Onslaught Boots instead of Stampede? You can go Onslaught Boots and go regular Cyclone. You're just going to have less damage and AoE, not using Tumult.
A battle worthy of song. The way you fight reminds me of how it feels to be possessed with the idea of victory. Is your passion enough to claim a crown? We shall see. A king of swords is nothing if he cannot defend his crown.
Yes?
Oh, you don't have Tumult yet? Yeah, you could do that, for sure.
Dash shred.
If you're already using regular Cyclone, then yeah, just do Tailwind Boots. I mean, Tumult should be very cheap on trade, so if you already have the Stampede Boots... Unless you're playing SSF, you gotta go farm it.
You will be remembered.
Welcome back. The Genesis tree accepts your offering. Greetings.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Crazy. Thank you, what a nice project. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah. Love the title. Hey, I appreciate the raid. Yeah, I'm actually about to make the swap to it right now, but I don't expect it to start to feel good until Act 5 or 6. I do have a POB right now. So I'm not selling this as a league starter, although I do think you could league start it. So the basic, the only mandatory unique that you need for the build is Montegrel's Grasp. But this is like 1 chaos on trade, you know, 1/2 chaos. And then so like you need this for the build, I think. After this, all the other uniques are just quality of life. So I'm gonna be running Devouring Diadem, so I can squeeze in some extra auras. Use ES for my mana. I have an Ashes. I'm going to use that for quality to pump the zombie damage. And then I did get a Fallen. This isn't necessary. I just got this on SSF, so I'll be using this. But this is the only, I think, mandatory thing you need, because this really scales the falling zombie damage really good. Yeah, and then we're going Saboteur because we're going to take advantage of double triggers with trigger bots, as well as lucky crit for our Cyclone to more reliably trigger the zombies, and then the increased cooldown recovery. A lot of people that play Falling Zombie, they've been doing it with Brands and playing Evasion on the right side of the tree. I want to go block, so I'm taking a bunch of the block nodes and going left side of the tree for all the minion stuff. So, don't know how good it'll be. I'll get to maps today, and then I'll know probably by tomorrow how good it actually is as a build. And then basically running, you know, Spirit Offering. I might change this to Mark on Hit, but right now this is Arcanist brand. Because I do have a Swollen, I'm going to be using Shock Nova to generate shock on mobs automatically, and then our auras in our helm. We're going to be running some Spectre supports for some extra damage and stuff like that. We'll run an Animate Guardian too. Then automation with Steel Skin. Blood Rage for Frenzy Charge generation while we're mapping. So we'll see how it turns out. But right now I'm actually about to swap over to it and see how terrible this is gonna feel, because I have like no crit right now, but we'll give it a shot. Level 38. Alright. Gotta squeeze out just a little more XP. Yeah, I'm going to be able to make this swap now, but I don't think it's going to feel good until probably I'm around level 60 or 65 when I can start getting all the unique, mostly when I can equip the Montegrel's Grasp. Actually, I think that's level 68, so swapping this early may not be the play, but we're going to do it for science. Alright. Cast on crits, raise zombie. Fresh meat, melee damage. Can I run precision right now? Is it gonna get angry at me? We should probably go for Aura Reservation. How much mana am I gonna have like this? Oh, okay, that's not too bad. And then, let's see. Oh, I know why. It's because I'm using a wand for minion damage. So we have to go to a scepter. It doesn't like me using that. Right? I'm assuming it's because I'm using a wand.
Yes.
Let's buy a generic mace and see. Go to my hideout. Yeah, okay, so this is fine. It doesn't like when you use a wand. That's fine. We'll do that. Actually, I want to do this. Losing minion damage wand is going to be rough until, like losing all the damage on the wand's going to be tough, but just to test out how often this crits, let's see right now. I have like no crit. It's not, yeah, biggest problem is mana, I guess. Yeah, this is gonna be janky for a couple acts until I get everything figured out. Yeah, we'll have to go for what's my Cyclone cost? 3 mana, and the zombie is 32 mana. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty janky right now, guys, because I got to figure out mana and stuff, but. I think it's gonna be a vibe once we get some levels. For my first Ascendancy, I think I'm gonna do... I was talking about this earlier. I think I gotta go trigger bots first for double, and then we'll do second and third lab for lucky crit to drop even more zombies, and then we'll go for the increased cooldown for our last lab. But I gotta figure out a bit of mana assistance right now, just early on. I could try to run an Enduring Flask, and that'll probably help out to a degree. Oh, you like the build idea, Ver? Yeah, it'll be, I think it'll be a vibe. Right now, it's just the mana cost of my zombies triggering is pretty high. We don't really have a way to leech mana. Do I have any mana leech that's within reach? Probably on the right side of the tree. We do have... Oh, right here. Attack damage leeches mana. That'll give me back mana from Cyclone. Oh, we need that dex. Drop this one damage node here. This will give us some leech. Oh, I'm hitting stuff. Okay, that's helping. Yeah, we definitely need more crit. And actually, I think I should be running Leap Slam instead of Shield Charge. So we'll swap over to Leap Slam. Oh yeah. This is gonna be interesting for a few levels. Yeah, that leech node helped quite a bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna swap over to Leap Slam real quick instead of Shield Charge. I can't run minion nodes on a Scepter, can I? I should probably look at, I think you can, right? At least I can benchcraft on something. I don't know if it natively will pull. I think it's gonna be all Ellie mods, right? Right. Okay. I think I can benchcraft on something. Yeah, minions deal increased damage. This is fine. Ooh, that bumped it up to 48. We are not there yet. We'll take this one. It's fine. Just do that for now. Hopefully the tree gives us a 6 link later to play with. We can get rid of this stuff. Alright, let's pick up a Leap Slam. And I could go Mark on Hit too, which would probably be best. Where's my assassins? Just do Mark on Hit. Precision here. Blue green. Give me one blue and a green. Oh, I rolled over it. Rip. I believe. One day. I might do life tap on this also. Let's do life tap. Mark on hits. Alright, cool. Precision, Pride. Do I want to roll my Flask as Enduring? I think I can do that this early on. That would probably be the play. Okay. Alright. Let's go try to kill Calm, I guess. Yeah, the Enduring Flask helps quite a bit. Okay. Yeah, so basically it's just, we just need crit. And I'm actually going to put Frostwink here, Leap Slam here, like so.
Now I can focus. For Breakers!
Well, I think we're gonna go for this crit and accuracy over here. You just gotta scale as much crit as possible now. Okay. Could also re-roll my scepter, try to get a pretty high crit roll on it, and then craft on the minion damage might be the play. We'll take that with the crit chance. Some minion stuff on there. Minion. Okay. What is our Cyclone crit at? Terrible. With flasks, it's at 30%. Okay. Not good enough. I actually might refund these points. What's up, Akona? How's it going? Okay. Take that. 25% there. Actually probably should go do lab real quick, now that I think about it.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of
Gonna restart your tree.
the goddess is watching.
Gotcha. You can use gold too, Akona, if you need to do that. Oh, you ran a goal doing that? Rip. Yeah, it'd be like that.
The weary traveler grows close to the end. When one defiles the effigy, one defiles the Emperor. You were born for this. Empires are forged in stone and fire.
Hey, I appreciate it, Gray. I'm playing I'm playing SSF though, so I can't trade with other players. But thanks. Oh, you know what? I should also grab Blood Rage at some point, so we can get some frenzy charges going. I can see the vision, guys. The vision, I can see it. It might take us a few hours for the vision to coalesce, but I can see it in the distance.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Some things that to entertain doubt never is to dance with death. You are relentless. By the goddess.
Yeah, so when they drop the patch notes, on the 4th, I'm going to look and see if Druid is the only new addition, then yeah, I'm going to do something with Druid. If they add, like I'm hoping, something with swords or axes, like an additional class, I'll probably try out the melee. My thoughts are, because Druid was supposed to be in the last PoE2 patch and they were just having issues with the animations, I'm hoping that there's actually going to be 2 classes they add, like a Druid and maybe, you know, Duelist or whatever one of the other melees are going to be. And we might actually get axes and swords. And I might actually have some cool melee stuff I can play around with. But until we get the PoE2 patch notes, for all we know, it's probably just Druid. And if it's just Druid, I'll do something with Druid. But I am going to be curious to see what they do, because right now playing life builds in PoE2 is really, really bad. You almost always feel like you have to go evasion ES in order to be able to do any of the more difficult content in the game. And Druid is left side of the tree. So how good is Druid going to feel if you can't scale defenses on it? I don't know. Like, you can't build life in PoE2 right now. Armor's not really good. It's better, a lot better, but it's still not good. So it could be that Druid has some inherent stuff when it shapeshifts that makes it tankier, like you're saying. It might just be broken. But what I'm hoping is that they're addressing the fact that life in PoE2 feels really bad. And if they're going to put Druid in, I'm wondering if maybe it's... They said it was because of animation issues, but I wonder if part of the issues was, like, you can't scale defenses on the left side of the tree right now, effectively, because you can't really play life in PoE2, so half your passive tree is useless. I have to imagine they're going to be fixing that to some degree if they're putting Druid in next month, so... We'll see.
An aspirant can
yeah, we'll know on the 4th. That's why, like, I'm not gonna, like, assume anything until I see the patch notes, right? And then it'll be like, oh, I guess I'm doing something Druid, or maybe there's some other cool stuff I'll be able to play around with. But I'm looking forward to it. They definitely moved in the right direction with the last patch in PoE 2. So if they keep moving in that direction, I'm excited for what they'll be announcing. If that's the case.
Tyranny is inescapable. Before your emperor, you are worthy.
Alright, so we're gonna go Sabi,
Justice,
and we're gonna go for Sugar first.
Embrace our gifts and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Alright. What do we get here? Just gonna add quality to this, honestly. Alright. Oh, I forgot to grab some Blood Rage.
Almost a shame to do.
Alright, I'm definitely noticing more zombies fall, so Trigger Bots is pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Just gotta scale that crit up. Let's grab that. Ooh, we ate all those fireballs. We ate all the fireballs.
Defend me!
Yeah, I can see where this is going. Once we get that third Sabo Ascendancy in like 30 levels, and we start stacking on like some of those uniques, I can see the vision.
Keep them back! Now I can focus. Be gone, foul enemy! For the dreamer!
Or without a bubble.
start working this way because we can get we'll get all the life regen stuff for our specters, and then we'll go grab some specters. I don't know what the best ones are going to be for leveling, but we'll be able to grab at least 2 specters, and we can get a golem going too for some life regen. Bro.
Do you assassins offer a money-back guarantee, Shadow? Well done, assassin. Another satisfied customer. It was...
I'm working with piety. That sounds even stranger when I say it out loud.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we need so much more. We need so much more crit. It's crazy.
Stop mumbling.
I shall preserve them for eternity. Beauty shall prevail. Beauty shall prevail. Such lovely material.
Yeah, about that crit flask, it's just like very reliant on the crit flask right now.
Slice away the ugly.
For someone so obsessed with looks, that wasn't a pretty death.
Dissection time.
don't know much about art. I know what I like.
Orb of alchemy.
I followed your performance, my anti-hero of hubris, and I very much enjoyed it. Now you and I will create the most nightmarish of finales together. We're going to make your death really count for something.
Really count for
Now,
something.
exile! Kill me!
Yeah. Just don't have enough crit.
What?
Now, exile! Kill me!
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. Nightmare is the true eternal. Accept the gift of immortality. Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
That's where you miss the point, Malachi. Death is the only thing.
Can't remember if I got my skill point from him. Did not.
You've done yourself proud today, Exile.
I was right.
Low on mana.
Hey, thanks, yeah. Yeah, once I get some actual crit on the build to get the zombies to spawn more reliably, I think it's going to be a banger. We're just very low crit right now. But I think, yeah, once we can get a lot more zombies dropping per second, it's going to be pretty crazy. In reality, you probably shouldn't do the cast on crit setup this early. You should probably wait till you're closer to maps, but I just wanted to get it going, you know? Alright, the real question is, if I move some gems around, what are good specters right now for me to use? What would be some decent specters? Let's see. Gotta figure out what are some good leveling specters. been a minute since I've played Spectres. I guess slave drivers from this act are pretty good.
In fact,
See, this has minimal life and just some fire resists. What's my worst resistances? Cold and lightning. Oh, regen life, that's garbage. Just want high life. Okay, that's better than what I've been using. Thanks, Brad, for the follow. Yeah, I guess we'll use slave drivers. So let's move Frostblink over here. Vitality. And then for these guys, we're gonna want probably Feeding Frenzy, Spectre, and Meat Shield. So can I get 3 blue on an armor base? Probably not. Probably not. Oh, those will do. Alright, raise Spectre. Let's go to hideout. Frenzy. Shields. Probably go with Minion Life just to give these guys a boost.
Business.
Alright. Go get some slave drivers. Am I crazy? Should be slave drivers, not catchers, right? Actually, so there we go. There's some slave drivers. Alright. Where is slave driver? Okay. Where's that guy? Grab another one here in a second. These guys auto-res now, right? In this season? I think that's what they said these things do now. That's my understanding of it. Oh yeah, our specters, they need some love on the tree. Yeah, it looks like he auto summoned back. So do they just stay like this until what? Do I have to press the ability again? And they like resummon? What happens here? Both like little spirit balls. I'm not quite sure. Okay, they come back in a new zone. Interesting. I guess the gem, they are pretty low level right now. So like, this is zone 42, the gem was like 28, so.
confusing.
Vile highborn! Begone, foul enemy! For Ragnar!
Giancarlo's prison. Cha-ching.
Thank you. Ansambassen. Yes.
I welcome you. She will soon bear fruit. Greetings. I'll see you again. The Genesis tree accepts your offering. Yes, just like that.
I'm gonna grab a drink real quick, guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Low on mine.
Keep them back! Help me! Be gone, foul enemy! Oh, they're swarming! I won't die so easily! For the dreamer!
That's a fast.
None shall pass! Aid me! I've almost got it! For victory!
must be cleansed of impurity. Burn! I am the Emperor.
You deserve once.
Willani's.
Hail, God.
What the heck is a falling zombie? When I Cyclone, it's kind of hard to see, but there's zombies falling from the sky, and they slam into the ground and do a bunch of AoE damage and kill stuff. So we're using Cyclone as a trigger for the zombies. Yeah, pretty much. It's the Apocalypse build. The only problem right now is I swapped to cast on crit really early level, and I don't have a lot of crits, so it's not... I gotta scale some more crits so that way I can trigger more zombies falling every time I Cyclone. But that'll come as I get gear and levels throughout the rest of the campaign. There is, I think the limit's like 200. It's something crazy. But trying to scale it that high will be insane. But yeah. The zombies die on impact, so it's more like how many can you trigger per second. Right now, I'm not triggering many because I don't have a lot of crit. but eventually, like, if we can get 10 to 15 to spawn per second, and they're each doing, you know, a couple million damage on impact, it's pretty good damage. That's kind of what I'll be working towards today. This particular build that I've theory crafted does require a lot of ascendancies, so I have to run like 2 more labs throughout the campaign to get unlock the ascendancies I need, and then there'll be several unique items I'll be equipping in about 20 levels that will help the build out considerably. That is the question, how will the single target be? I don't know. On paper, the single target looks good, but I won't know until I actually... Probably won't know until tomorrow, because I gotta level the build up today, get all the gear equipped on it, and then I'll have to do some mapping for a while, you know, get a lot of levels on the passive skill tree. So I'll probably know tomorrow what the damage will feel like. On paper, it looks good, but, you know, you always... Whenever you're making a build, you have to kind of like, whatever POB says, you have to take with a grain of salt until you actually play it in the game and see what it feels like.
This world isn't yours to conquer.
Cha-ching.
I've almost got it.
Cyclone's a trigger in this build. We don't do damage with Cyclone, so this isn't like a Stampede build. We can actually scale movement speed and do other stuff if we want.
For Redlust!
Or without cha-ching.
Yeah, this is like the complete opposite of my main Cyclone build, where we're actually doing all of our damage with Cyclone. Well, I guess General's Cry too, but no, this is Cyclone's merely the Cyclone's merely the delivery system in this build. But I still wanted to kind of make a Cyclone build, so I figured, oh, this would be interesting if I can make this work. Still get the feeling of playing Cyclone, but just scaling all the damage differently. You see, like, when I don't have my crit flask up right now, there's not enough zombies dropping to be able to damage this guy. But once I get a lot more crit on the build, that should ramp up. Yeah, you can do Elemental Cyclone. That was something because I was like thinking about other things I'd want to play now, because I'm at the point in the league where I want to try out different ideas. I was like, well, I'd like to make another Cyclone build, and I was looking at maybe doing something with Elemental Cyclone, and then I thought it would be funny to make a meme build, like, you know, with the Falling Zombie gem. So I was like, maybe I'll see if I can get this to work first. Yeah, you could definitely do like Freeze Cyclone. Yeah, everything I do in this game, right, is based around, like, am I having fun doing what I'm doing? So this, you know, experimenting with different build ideas and trying different things is the ultimate fun for me, playing this game. For sure. Let's go do Katava, and then we get into X6. So I'm going to go for this. I think I'm going to go for the power charges next. Because power charges on... Actually, if I quality Assassin's Mark and then we go for the power charge cluster too, then it's going to help out our crit quite a lot. We need quality on assassins so that way we can get those power charges on bossing. Actually, how many quality GCPs do I have? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go back to working on that stuff sooner or later on. Taking a break from the challenges right now. Alright, just help us generate charges. Then we'll get the cluster too. Be pretty good. I can't remember, Benny. Are you playing trade? Is there a way to expedite that on trade? Because is that just like running memory maps that you can buy on trade? Ah, okay. So you just have to. Yeah, it sucks. Interesting. Okay. I'm sure I'll look forward to that, wink wink, when I get to challenges again. Easier to get 100? Yeah, I bet, from what you're describing.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
For victory!
Jump Cutter's Prism. Regal Orb.
say I'm looking for power charges generation on the boss. Interesting. Trying to get 4 just to see. Oh no, I'm capped at 3 right now, so is what it is. Okay.
Stop lemon pepper all flat?
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Drive back the Hiveborn! Nearly done!
Do we have...
For breakers!
I can't pronounce that, sorry. In America, it's basically pancake batter fried in a pan with holes to make them round. Eating with powdered sugar marmalade. That is not a thing, like a common thing in America, but I'm sure it exists in some place in America. There's a lot of different people from different parts of the world here. It sounds delicious. Like, I was already considering getting lunch, like getting some sushi for lunch, and now you have me about ready to order the food because I'm hungry. See what the deal on that one. Founded by the Danes. Yeah. It sounds amazing. I'm so hungry. Like, now you just have me thinking about food. I was kind of trying to put it to the back of my head so I could grind a bit more, but yeah, I might have to order some food here in a minute. Apple slices, interesting.
Despite your best, yes.
While you
Greetings. She will soon bear fruit.
$550 armor. Ay, Clayembo. 120 life? That's pretty crazy. But getting 2 green on that's gonna be impossible. Should just wait until I get 6 link.
Hello
And
again.
worry about coloring stuff. Not there yet.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Do you have any kind of X-Mix cakes or pastries traditionally, I mean? In the States, we have like national type of stuff that you have at Christmas. And then depending on the region you're in,
Yes,
there's like
just like that.
specific things that, you know, are popular. But cakes or pastries though, usually chocolate's pretty big around Christmas, like chocolates and things like that in terms of sweets. And then there's like pies and regular types of cakes and things when you go to Christmas Eve dinner or something, but there's not something that's like Thanksgiving. You see more of that, like pumpkin pie, sweet potato pie, things like that that are associated, you know, I guess like just regular cake and pastries at Christmas, but typically it's more like chocolates and sweets that kids have, like milk chocolate, things like that. We're talking about like a an American type of thing. I mean, the thing is like, when we're talking about like food, like savory and sweet types of dishes, usually Thanksgiving is more of a holiday for that in the States, right? So like, Christmas is usually associated with presents and chocolates in America. You know, so like, getting presents and getting like chocolates are typically like, you know, what you think of on Christmas. Thanksgiving is usually more associated with like food, you know, like savory and sweet pies and things like that. Sorry to see you go, Kona. Hope you do well. But yeah, so like pumpkin pie is really popular. Pecan pie is really popular on Thanksgiving. Those pies are also typically popular on Christmas too. But we think of Thanksgiving more of like the food holiday in the States, I guess is the best way I can describe it. Christmas in the States has been heavily capitalized, so it's more about gifts, giving gifts, kids receiving presents, things like that is more the connotation. Yeah, we eat a lot, obviously, on Christmas in the States. It's just, it's not what I think people would consider the food holiday. I will say, usually Christmas ham is a food that people will kind of think of more turkey on actual Thanksgiving here in the States. It also depends on where in the country you live. There's people that have things on Thanksgiving that I would never eat on Thanksgiving. Because even in America, like, our states are like the size of countries, and there's a lot of like subcultures in America, so people will eat things on holidays that other people elsewhere in the country don't ever have. Might go grab another slave driver, I guess. I might as well go do that real quick.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Guard me! Aid me! Let's see you get through this! Nearly done! For Reclast!
Okay, now from here. Yeah, I think we'll go for the power charge generation next while mapping. It's gonna make mapping feel better for a while. I think in 3 levels we'll be able to equip our Devouring Diadem, which will be really nice. What's up, Guns for Hire? Not much, just leveling little meme build here. See how it turns out.
Pretty little rocks, just
This world is not yours! We can win this! Silence falls! For Reckless!
Let me teach you the laws of war.
Low on mana.
Tukohama.
Oh, your mappers didn't help you out overnight, huh? That's rough.
The soil wants for your blood no more.
I've been there and I've felt that. $3 mil shipment came back with 3 divines and a mirror shard. Damn. Crazy, Benny. Silver linings? Yeah. None of them died. You gotta always look at the positive, right? Yeah, they all made it back.
Now that was satisfying.
3 divines and a mirror shard on a 3 million shipment is crazy. Actually, bananas. Crit is still so low. It's so low. Never done the 50 million strat. Always max 5, as that is the soft cap for tattoos. Yeah, waiting for 50 million is just crazy. It's like, what, you send a shipment every week or something? I don't know. It's pretty dumb. Gotta disenchant all your uniques. All your uniques.
Drive back the Highborn! Be gone, foul enemy!
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I'm good. I'll send the smaller shipments. I don't think I've ever sent a shipment above 20 million myself, personally.
Orb of Stars.
Influence 2x2, like a double influence, yeah. I typically just throw in like all my spare uniques, and then when you do some boss runs, you get all those dumb, useless boss uniques that dust for a lot too. So. Yeah. Interesting.
I will slay every last one of you! Annihilation!
Yeah, I've never sync made a filter for it. That's pretty good. As long as they show up as a specific color, so you know they're the dust uniques.
Keep them back! I can do this! For the Dreamer!
Not you! For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again! You shall be remade!
With the road to the Frisian forest clear. Welcome. Farewell.
It's turned off in your filter. Rip.
Still alive, are we? Stay sharp out there.
Good tidings to you. Time and tide wait for no man.
Still alive. Farewell.
Just wait till the tree gives me a chest that I don't want to use, that I can just go to this guy. So this will be our AG starter gear. Should allow temp chains to work with my curse, because we're using windscreen boots, and this. Now we just gotta level up and animate Guardian Gem.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Welcome back. Yes, just like that. The Genesis tree accepts your offering. Good to see you here.
Alright guys, I may have just ordered some chicken fingers and fries for lunch, so very excited.
Or the balcony.
Vile highborn! Most keep them now. I can focus. For Riglas!
You're the most been on.
No.
Who the hell?
Guard me! Oh, keep them back! Dream not! We can win this! can win this! They're swarming me! For the dreamer!
Running 30 maps with Blight on Atlas, and I have a completely full Blight map stash. Dang. Yeah, now I gotta go run all the Blighted maps. Just too many that you want to run, basically. They take about, what, 5 minutes apiece? Just save that for the boss.
Rislafa.
Alright. Question is, do I get...
Low on mana.
I don't know if this will work with my minions killing stuff though, so we'll see. Yeah, I don't think it works with them. Fix the Blight crash problems. Is that a thing? Because I did some Blight at the beginning of the league, and I didn't have really any issues with crashing. Oh, last league it was unplayable. Gotcha. Yeah, rip. I thought this would count. I was hoping it might count, but I figured it wouldn't. So those are wasted points. Let's go ahead and respec those.
Nothing is truly set in stone.
It's okay though, because we can put that into other things I need to scale. And also, we can run our Devouring Diadem now. That's almost a perfectly rolled diadem. 217. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to run our auras. We're going to run Pride with Vitality, and then Haste.
Good tidings to you.
And Precision. Wow, it's going to be pretty terrible coloring this helm. Let's Farichi it and see how god awful this is going to be. 2 red and 2 green on a 112 int base. Ooh, alright. Richie's saying to 1 red and 1 green. On average, 1,000 chromes. That is brutal. Brutal. Guess we can put 4 points into here for now.
Good tidings.
Still what?
The Brand King. His time has almost come. Or it would be ground card. Cha-ching.
I've done totem builds before, Benny, and I've also done a, not traps, but I've done a Frostblink miner back in 3.23. Had a lot of fun with.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
You were on Xbox at the time, so you could never scale them up as there was no market for the items. I hear these horror stories from people that play PoE on console and how the economy is. They basically play an SSF.
to the others. Don't.
Build a theater PC I could game from. You just couldn't do it anymore, huh? Couldn't take it anymore. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Alright, we're starting to kind of feel online here. I think Diadem solved my issues with mana to a high degree. Now I just need to get the rest of my Sabo ascendancies to really scale the lucky crit. Find a way to generate consistent power charges. And I think if I can do all of that, we're going to be in a good spot. Really good spot here. There's specters that generate endurance and frenzy charges. I have to imagine there's one that generates power charges for me. Just gotta look it up. Just run a support specter that gives me power charges. Probably one that gives me frenzy charges too, like the chieftain. For now at least. We'll get a third specter later, which we can run something on. Wild Clash. Is that a specter or is it an item?
So
Sounds like an item.
A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day. Really.
Oh yeah, I can't do that. I gotta use Diadem, so I'll see if there's a specter that gives it to me. Let's see what my just actual boss damage looks like without the graft. Pretty good now that we've got Diadem to handle mana for zombies. That's actually crazy good. I didn't use my graft at all there. Yeah, Diadem is giving me the ability to drop a lot of zombies. So now if I use my graft and we use... Yeah, we just destroy him. Easy. We're starting to ramp, boys. We are starting to ramp. I can see the vision. I can see the vision. Damage is disgustingly nice. Holy shit. Really hope they make specters in PoE2 like they are in PoE1 with all the different buffs and stuff they can do. They removed the only specter in PoE2 that gave a buff as it was a bug. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff they need to do in PoE2, unfortunately. A lot. See, I actually enjoy minions in PoE1 over PoE2. I think minions in PoE2 are not as diverse. I feel like you can do so much more with minions. I mean, look at what I'm doing right now. I'm playing a minion build that's like completely non-meta. You know, you couldn't do this in PoE2.
I'm afraid.
Because this is effectively a minion build that we're playing.
Welcome back.
100%.
She is pleased.
Okay, we got a 6 socket, but it is strength based. That's fine. We can put this on our Animate Guardian dude. We can use this thing.
Welcome. The beware of the enemy.
Oh, I got you. I got you. Like scale it, but don't make it complicated to understand. I see what you mean.
She is pleased.
Alright guys, I'm gonna have lunch. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so.
Odd weather for this time of year.
Well, that was delicious. You like minions because you know how to play them? Yeah, it's a fair point, Benny. It took me a long time to learn, like, how to play minions in this game. But I played minions in PoE for, like, years.
is this piece of shit?
Journey well.
It's just a 5 lead.
I greet you once again.
It's just a 5 lead.
I welcome you.
Try to find beginner videos on PoE minion builds, but they all assume you know the basics. No one explains it for dummies. Yeah, it's kind of like... I can see how it can be rough for sure. The general consensus about like knowing how to... Like minions in PoE are basically... All your power for minions comes from passives on the tree and like gems and jewels. Very rarely do you get insane power creep from items that like gear that you wear, unless it's like a unique thing like I'm going to use for this build. And the main thing to know about minions is temporary minions are strong early on before you have a lot of investment on your passive skill tree for like minion life and resistance and stuff. Like my specters survive right now because we've invested in life here as well as regen life, life here as well as regen life. And I'm also taking this mastery because my zombies are dying constantly. All my minions that aren't temporary, like my Animate Guardian and my Spectres, recover 5% of life every time one of those zombies hits the ground and dies. Certain minions scale differently than other minions. Like a lot of things that increase minion damage don't work for the zombie gem that I'm using, the falling zombie gem. With just zombies, you can clear all content in the game with just zombies, but you got to build it specific way. We're doing like a different type of zombie build. So the way you would scale the zombies I'm using in this build is very different than how you'd scale zombies in like regular zombies. The idea, but like our zombies, the zombies, like this gem, really the only thing that increases damage is like overall increased or more damage to minions or zombies. Like increased attack and cast speed doesn't increase the damage of this gem. Like doing a lot of stuff I would do with other minions doesn't. So the way that this build works is we're using Cyclone to trigger the zombie gem, and we want the zombies to fall as much as possible. So we get more hits per second with the zombies falling to the ground. And then we buff their flat damage with just increased damage and more damage. Cyclone's doing no damage in this build, it's all the zombie. My regular Cyclone build is great for SSF. That's how I League started, because I'm playing SSF right now. My regular Cyclone Shockwave Slayer build is fantastic as a League starter, especially in SSF. This build, you could League start this build, but it does require one mandatory unique that, you know, I got on SSF. But you could buy it on trade. It usually goes for like 2 to 5 chaos. And then all the other uniques I'm going to use on this build aren't mandatory, but they offer huge quality of life or do significant things. And a lot of those items I'll be equipping in the next 10 levels or so. But as you can see right now, yeah, like you don't need this helm, but this helm solves mana on the build really easily so that we can trigger more zombies. So it's like quality of life, but you don't have to use it, but it feels really good to use.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Retreat, Highborn! Almost there! For the dreamer!
I am.
Actually, can get rid of this mana flask now too. We don't need this anymore. Thankfully. Do that at waypoint.
Hello to you, great dream.
Greetings.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy the Shockwave Cyclone Slayer. It's very easy to level, completely playable in SSF. I mean, I did it in SSF, playing SSF right now. It's just my alternate character. Yeah, it'll get you through the campaign and pretty much help you do whatever you need to do. I think I wanted Silver Flask actually. Now that I think about it. Silver Flask. What's up, Slayer? Yeah, we're doing a little meme build here. I think it's going to be pretty good actually though, but we'll see. But it's Cyclone as a delivery system for a falling zombie. So still get the feel of playing Cyclone, but it's really a minion build at the end of the day. I haven't tried running my mappers in King's March on T17s yet. I don't have a lot of T17s on SSF. I've been running the T17s that I have been getting. But they're like, I think all level 5 now, so I don't see why they couldn't run T17s. In theory.
Retreat, Highborn!
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Ah, I'm going to lose focus! Be gone, foul enemy! For victory!
I'll just use it.
I tried one abomination every now and again. That boss is so dumb, as every one of the bosses I hate from the campaign. I actually don't mind doing A-bomb myself. I think my least favorite T17 boss is Katarina. I had to pick one. Yeah, it does get, like, the visual clarity does get pretty screwed quick on that fight, for sure. Something keeps one-shotting you? Yeah. Gotta talk to him to get the quest item. Get the quest item.
Beagle orb.
I love Hazor so much. It's so good.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
so now we have Carnage and Host Chieftains that should generate us power charges and frenzy charges, which is pretty good. Pretty good.
Ranakesh.
Thanks, Colt, for the follow. Appreciate it.
When you get up, remember, humanity needs us.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we're gonna go for the stun immunity. Not stun immunity, but like 40% chance to ignore will feel pretty good.
Yeah. There's an...
Hello?
Enter. She is pleased.
Alright, we got our 6 link. So what we need to do now is... It's beautiful. Hot. It's got like okay life and life regen. Yes, please. We'll take that for now. Alright, so I need 2 red, 2 green, and 2 blue. Let's see what Varici has to say on this one. 2, 2. Minion damage, raise, fresh meat. No, we want 2 green, 3 blue, and 1 red. $80. 6 sockets. 40 chromes on average, theoretically. Wow, that worked out pretty easy. Sweet. Alright, let's go ahead and...
Greetings.
Sell this stuff.
Fight for Rayclast. She will soon bear fruit.
Actually curious to see what my damage will be like now. Running 3 map devices in town is just too much. I think they should limit it to 1. You spend all day sorting loot. Luxury problem now. Personally, I only run 1 myself. I don't run all 3. I just do the 1. Although you got more than enough gold now if you wanted to.
You are like the
I feel. Keep your life to your own.
Okay.
This old man.
Hello.
Yeah, I'd say the damage is starting to pick up. Just got to get more zombies to fall. The build is starting to ramp. Yeah, the build is starting to come online. Pleasantly happy so far.
I shall slay every last one of you.
We're going Sabo because this is a trigger build. So we're triggering the falling zombies with our Cyclone. So trigger bots gives us essentially double the trigger. We get lucky crit so that our Cyclone has a higher crit chance because it's cast on crit to trigger the falling zombies. And then the increased cooldown recovery. All the power of this is how many zombies can we get to fall or get to trigger from our Cyclone. Yeah, it's not entirely my own idea. There's a lot of people that have played Falling Zombie brand, so they use brands to trigger the falling zombies, and then they go evasion and spell suppression on the right side of the tree. The difference with my build is we're using Cyclone to trigger it, and I'm going to use block and go left side of the tree for defense. So,
Keep them back.
not entirely my idea, but I am tweaking it a little bit because I want to do Cyclone. You know? Just to me, Cyclone is fun. Yeah, I just like, there's something about playing Cyclone that just feels so good, so I'm digging it. Cast on crit, Forbidden Right, yeah. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are doing. It's pretty damn good. I wanted to do something trigger with Cyclone, and I was like, I could play the meta, which is really strong. But I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I could make the falling zombies work with Cyclone? There's a few things I still got to figure out with the build, but it's coming along. It's tanky and good damage, yeah. Yeah, I do a pure Cyclone Shockwave Slayer. That's kind of my thing. But I was like, let's see if I can do a cast on crit version. Yeah, if you check out my my website or my YouTube channel, I've got build guides and POBs for my regular Cyclone Slayer that I do with General's Cry every league. I've been doing that for over a year and a half now, posting content for it. And then this thing is just something I'm trying out today for funsies. Oh, nice. I'd never done SSF exclusively until this league, and I've been very happy so far. Obviously the tree is super OP for SSF right now, but I've had a pretty good experience playing SSF. 1 Divine and 36 mapper maps, waste of time. Damn, Benny. Yeah, you don't usually get crazy good stuff from the mappers. It was way better, obviously, when it was the league mechanic. Oh, don't worry. We're going to be doing MTX. I just haven't decided. It'll be based around the falling zombie. So I want to... Right now, it doesn't really have a distinct visual. You can kind of see them falling, but... Yeah, we'll definitely be doing something for MTX. I've got, like all the Cyclone MTXs. I'm all about that life. Celestial Zombie MTX could be fun, yeah. I wanna look at the different falling zombies and see which one looks the best. I think I have all. I might be missing one or two, but I think I have most of the Cyclone MTXs. Alright, let's see what our boss damage looks like right now. Keep in mind, we're not even using the build defining unique yet for this. It's not terrible. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm not even using Madrigal's Grasp yet, which is going to be like the OP weapon that scales damage for this build. I can't equip that till 68, I think, and I'm only 60 right now. So it's pretty good. Pretty good. So there's only a few ways to scale damage with Falling Zombie. So what you do is there's a scepter called Montragol's Grasp, and this gives your zombies 100 up to 113% more physical damage. It reduces the max number of raised zombies, but this doesn't matter for Falling Zombie because they die as soon as they land. And then it also causes them to explode when they kill enemies, and they give you like pops. Deals 50% of their life as fire damage to everything around them. So we're going to equip this at 68. I've already got the Devouring Diadem. I'm going to grab the roomies from my main character, and we'll use that because you can use a regular shield here. I did get a Fallen to drop on SSF from the Black Knight. So we're scaling block, like I said. So we're going to go block with roomies. And eventually I'll pick up, like, you know, the block cluster here, block cluster down here. Most builds that play Falling Zombie, like I said, they go Sabo and they do... stuff with mines and brands, and they play the right side of the tree, and they go evasion and they go spell suppression. On this build, we're going to go left side of the tree, and we're going to go block and regen life and things like that. We'll see how it turns out. But yeah, this is still very much a work in progress and subject to change as I test things out. But I think so far I'm liking what I see. We hope it turns well to build. Hey, thanks. I think I'll know in a few hours. Like, once I get done with the campaign and I have all the gear equipped, right, and I start, like, just kind of blasting maps, I think I'll just start to get a good idea. There's a few things I kind of want to... No, we do Sabo because Sabo is going to give us double triggers. This is a trigger build, right? So double triggers from trigger bots, as well as lucky crit, so I can get as much crit as possible for my cast on crit, and then the increased cooldown recovery rate for my actual falling zombie ability. The thing with falling zombie is all of its damage is based on how many zombies you can get to trigger per second. So I gotta try to maximize the most amount of zombies that fall. So I have to use that as much as possible. All the damage comes from the zombie that falls, and that's it. It doesn't linger, it doesn't stay and do more damage. So, gotta speed that up. You won't need Awaken cast on crit. I don't know what the Awaken quality is, but I mean, it'd be great. I'm playing SSF though, so I only have what I can work with, you know? I'm not doing trade this league. Oh, okay. That's what you're getting at. I've actually never played a cast on crit build before. This is my first time theory crafting one, so I'm sure there's going to be things I learn and change along the way.
Don't do anything I would.
Let's see. Let's try out different zombie skins. So I've got the Celestial, Demonic. We could look at Celestial first and see what that looks like.
I don't think I need to be doing that right now.
The other thing I wanted to do was I need to get quality on my Cyclone for better AoE. I think I had one for my first character that was, or unless I vendored, I might have vendored it. I was doing Val Cyclone. Interesting. Maybe I should play Val Cyclone. This doesn't have any quality on it though, so it doesn't matter. Okay. How many GCPs do I have? Val Cyclone would be kind of fun. Maybe I'll play with Val Cyclone for a little bit. See what that feels like.
Come over here. Don't do anything I
But yeah, I think we'll quality up this Cyclone. A little bit of extra AoE. Yeah, the only thing I really need to figure out now is, yeah, I just want to get some more AoE. I'll get a little bit from Sabo passives from the Ascendancy stuff, but just a little bit more AoE would be nice. Oh nice, we're getting the HE pops. That's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. Yeah, I don't know. Everyone that I've seen that has played Falling Zombies has done Sabo for the cooldown. It's all about how many zombies you can get to fall. We're talking like they have 40 plus zombies that fall per second on their builds. It's pretty disgusting. I won't get those kind of numbers playing Cyclone over Brands, but yeah, it's all about how many zombies you actually get to drop. And I don't think you can scale that any other better way than playing Sabo with the trigger stuff. I definitely see the zombies more. Okay. The trigger rate is based on the trigger rate is based on a combination rate of my crit and how often I attack, and also the cast time of the gem, right? So Ray's Falling Zombie has a cast time, so the more you scale the cast time too, or the more you scale your cast speed, the better that is too. So it's a combination of all those. Oh hey, thanks Sai for the follow. Alright, what does it look like with Oblivion? How do these look? Nah, those are too dark. Guess we could look at the... Honestly, Celestial might be the one. I'll get close to crit capped, not fully crit capped. Yeah, you'd have to do it in POB, but I'm fairly certain that the amount of extra procs I get from simply having trigger bots and the increased cooldown recovery makes this better than Inquisitor. I'm fairly certain. Like, otherwise the community wouldn't have sided with Sabo for this skill, is kind of what I'm getting at. It doesn't really matter what they're using for the trigger, whether that's brands, mines, I'm doing Cyclone, whatever it might be. If Inquisitor was better for triggering more zombies per second, then I think everyone would have been playing that instead.
Retreat, Highborn!
But I'm not super knowledgeable about cast on crit in general, or when it comes to this specific gem. I'm just looking at the raw data, and all the best builds I saw, and the general consensus is you play Sabo with this gem if you want to really scale insane amount of zombies that fall.
I nearly have it!
Yeah, like in my POB, we're sitting at, what did I drop? Because I was playing around with this earlier. I took those two nodes. Power charges. So I'm sitting at 84% effective crit. And if I was to try to grab like this power charge, it'd be closer to 87. That's also with no crit rolls. Like all of my rare gear doesn't have any crit on it right now. So I don't have any crit on any of that stuff. So like if we were to try to sim, like I could just go like this. And if I was to go like say Inquisitor, Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Like if I was doing some kind of stacking, maybe, like stat stacking, but I don't know. I'm not stat stacking, so. Like I literally double my damage because I get double the triggers with this one ascendancy. I get twice as many zombies. It's pretty insane. It's pretty bananas. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that you want to be crit capped. I'm saying that I don't think that 15% crit equals double the actual, like, that one ascendancy on Sabo gives me double the drops. So it's like, even if I gained 40% additional drops from 15% additional crit, which I don't think is the math for that, like, it's just not as good as that one ascendancy from Sabo. And once I get like actual crit on my gear, because in that POV I don't have any crit rolls on any of the rare items. I was just putting life and stuff on there. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to push back too hard on you. I'm just saying like, yeah, I don't think Inquisitor's the play, unfortunately. At least for this gem, the way this gem works. But it could be worth testing, like, you know, once I get this thing fully online, I could always level up like a Templar, swap the gear over, do some stuff different with the tree. Like I can always test it out on an Inquisitor. Yeah.
Bring me back something nice, huh? How you doing? Stay out of the shadows.
I'm getting way more womb gifts than I'm actually getting graft blood for. This is kind of crazy.
Enter.
Is there a way to deterministically get a minion wand on this thing? Well, no, I don't need a weapon. I guess what I want is probably better other rare items at this point, so boots with life and cold and speed. Nope. Zombie life has nothing to do with the damage. It's, well, potentially. So the unique item I use that I'm going to use does their life as AoE damage. So it'll help with clear. I mean, it's not a non-factor. Enemies killed by zombies hits explode, dealing 50% of their life as fire damage. Oh, it's the enemy's life as fire damage. Enemies killed by zombies hits explode, dealing 50% of their life. So the zombie's life has no impact on the actual damage. The falling slam is an additional ability that this gem has versus a regular zombie gem.
duty will soon bear fruit.
It's just the 5 weeks.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
I feel like everything I've been doing is waiting to get through the campaign so I can get all the items on and see what this thing actually truly feels like. Oh. There's something else I want to do, because I'm probably not going to change this chest for a minute. I want to waste stuff on it, though. I think I feel fine right now. Yeah, I'm not going to waste implicits, I think, on... We'll get a better 6-link in the near future. Oh, crystallized resonance or whatever? Yeah, that can be pretty brutal, for sure.
Give it to me.
Yeah, being able to use Vow Orbs instead of remnants is super, super nice. It's an amazing change. Yeah, I'll have to get back to essence farming. It's gonna be a thing. I don't know, if this guy really ramps, I might just be playing him for a while. In which case I really don't need essences, because I don't have to craft a weapon for him. That'd be kinda nice. Yeah, it's the one that's like a fizz roll with the accuracy.
Return to your barren world.
That's the fizz hybrid.
Almost there. For victory!
Or the mountain card. Cha-ching.
No, you want, if you're gonna do a fractured craft, you want the fracture on the weapon to be the fizz hybrid. And then you'd use the contempt essence. I'm sorry. I gave you the wrong answer. The essences give you flat fizz. That's what contempt essences do. So you want a T1 you know, or T2 fractured fizz hybrid weapon, and then you run your contempt essences on that, which gives you your flat fizz, and what you're fishing for is a really high increased fizz for the second prefix when you're using the essences, if that makes sense. Kind of led you astray there for a second, sorry. I'm starting to have fun with this build, so my mind is wandering a bit. This build is starting to feel good. It took 5 acts, but it's starting to feel good. We still need more crit, but I still have like all of my Sabo ascendancies to do, so. You can see the hybrid using contempt. It's just extremely rare. We're talking like hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of essences just to get one roll that has both an increased fizz and a fizz hybrid. I had a video on my channel kind of walking through doing it. But it wasn't a fractured base. I think I covered fractured base in the video though. It's been a minute since I've actually looked at that. I gotta redo my crafting instructions on the new site anyways. Because the proper way to make a weapon now, honestly, from what I've seen and talking with people, is to do the recombination method to get your 3 prefixes and then go forward with crafting after that. Spamming essences is not the most cost-effective thing to do anymore.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Leave the crafting to pros. There's some videos out there you can watch on how to recombinate a base with prefixes. I know Steel Mage did one for axes. It's the same concept for staffs. You want to get the 3 physical prefixes, and you use recombination to do it. And then at that point, you would then, you know, go for your reforge speed to get attack speed as your first suffix kind of thing. I forget what tyrannical is. Is that the increased fizz or the flat fizz? Sounds like the increased fizz. Yeah. So once again, if you want to use essences, you're going to take a weapon that has the fractured mod on it will be the fizz hybrid. So it'll be the physical increased fizz with the increased accuracy. And then the contempt essences give you the flat fizz guaranteed every time you use them, which is that, you know, X to X added fizz damage. And what you're hoping for is when you use the contempt essences that the 3rd prefix you get is that tyrannical, that increased fizz, a really high roll of it. Using a fractured base makes it a lot more possible because you're guaranteeing 2 of the 3, right? So, and the rarest of those 3 is the fizz hybrid, the fizz with the accuracy. That's why you want the weapon to be fractured with that mod, because it's the rarest of the 3. And there's no deterministic way to craft that. Like on the bench craft, you can craft a lesser version of tyrannical or the flat fizz. There's no deterministic way to craft the fizz hybrid. Yeah, then you would do the prefixes can't be changed and reforged speed, and you're hoping that you hit the craft. You're hoping that it replaces the craft with a high attack speed roll. And if it doesn't, you're hoping it leaves you with an open suffix. That way you can craft on prefixes can't be changed again, and scour, and then reset the weapon essentially. Yeah, no problem.
None shall pass. I've almost got it. For Reckless!
Once.
Yeah, you can't recommon fracture. At least I don't think you can. I've never tried.
You get 'em, boy. Good luck to you.
Defend me! enemy! Unleash destruction! For victory!
Chaos Lord. That's a flask.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
vile highborn! Aid me! I nearly have it! Aid me! Oh, the dreamer!
Divination card.
There you go. You get a frag? I'm assuming you got a frag. Nice.
This world is not yours. Ugh, get them away from me! We can win this!
Lay dead.
Proof against the storm! For Rayclass!
Where's Mama's bubble?
Do you have any tree? Do you have any tree crafting guides? I really don't have any guides for the tree crafting. I've kind of gone over a few times like what I did on the tree to target specific things, but yeah, I haven't made like an official guide or anything on it. Crystal Resonance makes it very interesting. If you want an easy way to deal with that, Benny, while you're farming essences, if you do a map like City Square where there's multiple bosses, it'll split the mods that accumulate up between the multiple bosses, so they're not all on one boss. So it makes it a little bit easier. So you can just farm like City Square over and over. Where's the fun in that? Yeah, I guess that's fair, yeah. If you enjoy the pain, hey, go for it. Oh, well, yeah, okay, what does it matter, yeah. That's fair. That is fair. Damn, you're still going for it, huh? Never. You have a vision. You're not deviating from the vision. I guess you really haven't had a chance to play the build that you've been wanting to play this whole time because you've been farming up all the items for it. So, there's that. +100 in on safe houses. Yikes. That is commitment for sure. Oh shit, in 3 levels we can equip our weapon and our shield. And then we'll go do all of our ascendancies. Or at least we'll do 2nd, 3rd lab. And then we'll be ready to take on maps.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
You got the frags? Nice. Ooh, nice ring. Oh, you're... Does rarity matter for Aegis? I don't know. How does Aegis... How are you farming it? Like, how does it drop? Is it just something that can drop off of the... Aegis is a global pool unique, right? So I guess rarity would increase the likelihood of seeing something like a higher T. So if it's, did you check and see, is it like a T3 or T2 unique? Like what unique is it? I feel like it's probably a T3 or T2, right? At least. I don't think it's a T1. But if it's a global drop, then rarity would affect, like, would have an impact. But typically, like, if you're playing rarity, you gotta stack a lot of rarity. Like, a little bit is nice, but, like, if you really want to increase the odds, you have to go pretty hard on rarity. At this point, it's a T0. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt to have rarity, but I don't know how much you actually need to have to really swing the odds in your favor. You got 2 squires. Gotcha. Yeah, you're just having some shit luck, dude. That's SSF life, right? Successful in 2 and are still running the 3rd one. Well, there you go. There you go. Alright, we can actually equip Ashes and Fallen, so let's go ahead and do that. And we need a bit more strength. Let's see if we can swing this. Okay. And then we need... I think this is worth throwing a Divine Axe. I want... Oh my gosh, that was awful. Come on, game. Alright, I'll settle for 25 for now. We gotta figure out... strength. Alright, awesome. 12 T-17s. Oh, it sounds like you've got a 56 to 100% chance. Okay, so what we want to do now is grab a curse. And let's see. For regular mobs, we're going to do Hex Touch on Vulnerability. And then Shock Nova. On there. And then we got to somehow fit in Vitality and Frostblink. I can get Frostblink here. Oh, you like the character's name? Yeah, let the bodies hit the floor. Where am I gonna fit this? I guess I could drop Life Tap because I don't really need that there, and we can just put this here, and then Frostblink can go here for all that matters. Breaches ain't shit. Oh, yeah. I see what you did there, Napper. So the question is, what's my resistances look like? They're pretty balanced for right now. We'll fix further up stuff later. Should be able to still run Vitality. Yep. Ooh, 3 mana left to spare. Okay. Let's go see how this feels. We've got this Fallen setup going. The only problem is we don't have Whispers of Doom, so we may not get the effective mark right now. I may take out the vulnerability when I'm bossing, just so we can have Assassin's Mark for sure. I would think Assassin's Mark would take precedence over vulnerability when I'm doing a rare or something. Looks like it does. Yeah, I don't think I need the Hex Touch and the vulnerability there. We'll have to do a vulnerability on Ring when we're ready to do Whispers of Doom, I think. I'm gonna go ahead and take these out for now. Or am I gonna fix this? There's a there's a mom joke in there.
Solaris, Lunaris.
Now the real question is, does Shock Nova have a celestial effect? Is a Rift Worm? What is a Rift Worm? Oh, that looks dope. Okay, sure. It's purple. It kind of. We'll see if it fits in nicely with the celestial theme. Oh yeah, the build is starting to come together. Starting to come together.
I don't think I need...
Hello.
That bell looks ridiculous. It looks ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Alright.
Love hunting. We will be best friends, Beast, until we slaughter you. The first ones look upon this capture with pride, Exile.
Oh yeah, we're starting to trigger the zombies. Things are happening.
Exile, you are a welcome omen. You have been captured, Beast. You will be a spider, or you will.
This world isn't yours to conquer. I've almost got it! Oh, Breaklast!
This one is captured. I now will take it. The first ones look upon this capture with pride.
Just need a
You're
moment.
alive.
Open the map.
Well,
You might. Oh, when I was.
Chaos Board.
Hey! Love hunting! Survivor, you are well prepared for the end. This is a fine capture.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lag. Latency. The game wants to sabotage me. Thanks, Pluto, for the follow. Oh no! I'm playing your Cyclone Shockwave Slayer. I'm level 93, but my DPS isn't that great. It's only 11 million at the moment. Have you compared your POB of your current character to the tree I have around level 95? Looked at all the potential differences? Is this guy bugged and not just taking any damage? Like, what's happening here? What is this Cyclone Falling Zombie? It's this like kind of build that I've thrown together today. Basically, we use Cyclone to trigger a bunch of zombies that fall from the sky and suicide themselves to do damage. I mean, then I would look Pluto at the two different POBs and see what the difference is. Is it something with the gear? Like, I don't know. But obviously something's different with your setup versus my POB. I think I'm going to put automation and steel skin in here now. And I might just roll the fortify on the chest just to get out of the way, because maybe I won't replace this chest for a minute. We're just going to grind maps. If I can hit it. Wow, incredibly unlucky with these rolls. It's insane. I think one of these is gonna hit. Actually, bananas. This is crazy. Wow. Went through almost 100 of these. That's kind of bananas. Bro. What are the odds? It ain't weighted this, it ain't this kind of weight. Like, kind of bananas. I went through all my currency. That was fucking ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Actually kind of crazy. Alright.
Godslayer.
What's up, Valeron? Just doing some, leveling up a new concept character.
Orb of Scouring.
Seeing where this goes.
Just need enough.
Orb of Scouring. Cha-ching. Orb of fusing.
I don't even have an offering yet. That's crazy. I don't even know where I'm gonna fit the offering gem. To figure out. I guess I could put it in the diadem for now.
You can.
Yeah, Pluto. If you do the Discord command and Twitch, there's a channel in there for PoE builds and help and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of identifying, like, looking carefully at your POB in comparison and seeing what the differences are. Because if you're almost 95 and you're 20 million damage less than the 95 loadout, there's something different there.
Orb of scouring.
Alright, now we equip the creme de la creme unique item of this build, for which everything is built around Montragol's Grasp. And now we see what we're gonna see, guys. Now we see what we're gonna see. Alright. Nah, it's all good, Pluto. Someone will probably take a look at it, hopefully, and
Or the balcony.
damage is pretty good. Damage is pretty good.
My love.
Alright, now I think we're ready to go do second, third lab. Alright. Interesting. What's going on here? It's like for a second I could like my zombies weren't spawning. Super weird. Then they're doing it, then they're just chunking them for a ton of damage. It's super weird. I'm using Host Chieftains and Carnage Chieftains right now so I can generate Frenzy and Power Charges. Do I try this Cyclone out? Do some meme stuff? Maybe. We'll see. Oh, I forgot to get the path. I always do this. We'll just grind our way back around and then exit out into the zone. Yeah. That's just kind of ridiculous. That's a lot of fun. Okay. I like that. This is a terrible place to have to do a breach. Look at them struggling to get around the corner. That's funny. So stupid.
Chaos Orb. Jewelry's Orb.
And so.
Alright, let's go do second and third lab, I guess.
The goddess is watching. The weary traveler draws close to the Emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. By the goddess, what ambition! My 3 lieutenants remain. Misery loves company, I suppose.
It's not worth all that. It's just want my ascendancy.
Cha-ching.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. The essence of an empire to enter shared out equally amongst all of its citizens. Finish this. Such resilience. The sovereign leech leaves but a husk for its descendants.
Just need a moment to catch
You're already at T14s and you haven't found a trial yet? That's crazy. Rip Baronis. You would think just by doing like ritual or something. No, any yellow map or higher can spawn a trial. Have you been checking Kirak missions? Because Kirak missions will sometimes have an objective that says to clear the trial, which is like a guaranteed offering.
The empire awaits you with open jaws. Stand your ground. You are free.
Okay. Alright, and then we're going to go for calculated risk next.
I don't think I need to be doing that right now.
Ascend with precision.
It's interesting. It's like sometimes my stuff doesn't. I could be hitting the mobs forever, but it doesn't trigger it. Interesting. Oh, that's a exile. Rogue exile. It's fine.
traveler draws something the slumber should never be awoken. Finish. You are inexhaustible. Pity the Emperor who sits alone on his throne.
What is with this latency?
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands to dance with death. By the goddess, what ambition! My 3 lieutenants remain. Misery loves company, I suppose. An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, the empire awaits you with open jaws. Strike with your destination is more dangerous than the journey, Ascendant.
Farewell.
Greetings.
something. The soul.
Yeah, this is feeling very good with the ascendancies. Like very, very good. We're getting really nice procs with the zombies.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
This feels so nice. Dude, it feels so good. I'm not even using Spirit Offering yet. It's crazy. I don't know what their range is. I think it's not that large, but they do AoE explosion with my weapon. So enemies that killed by zombies enemies that are killed by the zombies hits explode, dealing 50% of their life as fire damage. So I get some pops from that, and then also my Animate Guardian is using Wind Scream for additional curse, and using the Asenath's gloves so that he curses, puts temp chains on stuff, and then those corpses proliferate. But just like, yeah, that's fucking disgusting, dude. It's so nice. The single target's actually kind of cracked. It'd be interesting to see how far I can scale it into, say, harder content. Yeah, we're just cruising now. We're just cruising. Cruising.
You there, exile! I am in need of your services once more. Help me!
of fury and depravity.
Let's actually go do... I go all the way south and do Scope Point, I think. Or shot it. I'm just cruising, dude. Feels so good. We're just cruising. Well, I probably should have grabbed Reliquary. I think I'm gonna actually do that because I don't want to have to run all the way back to the zone.
You. Hello there, exile.
All right. I lack so many Atlas points. Like I want to add points for the jewels, but then I don't take then endurance, which is not good, and I still want to allocate points in large clutch jewel, and I'm already level 92. Oh, it's capacity points. Yeah, I wish you guys weren't so obsessed with the cluster jewels. They're nice, but there's very valuable points just to take on the passive tree until you're ready to actually use a good cluster jewel. Okay. Yeah, like I said, there's definitely several differences between your character's setup and the POV, right? Because if you're only doing 11 million damage, that's what POV says, then there's quite a few things that have to be off between the two. We can take a look at your POV once I'm done with this act, because I'm a visual person. It's hard for me to say without taking a look at it.
Well met.
Yeah, probably like 5-10 minutes. I just want to be done with the campaign. I'm so like ready to just be done with the campaign.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh, you don't have your annoyance? That'll do it. Yes, double curse. The second curse is quite a bit of damage, Pluto. Alright, this boss is usually pretty high HP, so let's see how we do.
Good day.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Sick socket.
This is it.
Alright, let's do this, guys. Let's wrap this up. Call it a done deal. I think we have a winner chicken dinner.
May a new dawn arise.
Good tidings.
Alright, JU, I'm gonna grab a fresh cup of water real quick and stretch my legs, and in like a couple minutes when I'm back, we'll take a look at your POB. I'll be right back, guys. And then we're gonna do some maps after that. Alright, JU, let's take a look at your POB. See what's going on here. So with all of your buffs up, you are okay. Yeah, so I think a couple things. Yeah, so what I would probably do is drop Flesh and Stone. And I would run Precision. Because you're not anywhere near crit cap yet. And this will hit cap you also. So it's slightly more damage, it says, with Flesh and Stone, but it's going to feel better with Precision. You're still going to need... you're still going to need, like... The other problem is, like, you don't have an extra crit roll in your flasks. So I would be running a Diamond Flask that has increased crit chance on it. Like this. It's going to be better crit chance. So I would drop Flesh and Stone for Precision. I would fix your Diamond Flask so you get that extra crit chance on there. Right. Your biggest problem in terms of damage right now is just your weapon is pretty, it needs work. It's not a great weapon. It's like okay, this will get you through Atlas progression stuff, but if you're trying to get into like T17s and harder content, you need a better weapon. You need something that just has higher physical damage. So, like your gear, like looking at your gear right now, you should be perfectly okay to do, you know, like Atlas progression and all that kind of stuff. But if you're trying to get into like the end game, right, that's where like you're gonna encounter a wall essentially. I'd probably roll the implicits too on your gloves when you get a chance. Yeah, but mostly it's your weapon. I always try to tell people, like, the very first thing you want to put money into over anything else is always your weapon. And then then do stuff like the Storm Shroud Jewel probably for elemental element immunity. Would be pretty good. Until you actually have the jewels too, like until you're actually ready to socket in the jewels, I just wouldn't take these points. You can drop all these dead points basically and reallocate them on the tree to make your character feel stronger. So you said you're like level 91, you know, you could put those points You know, until you have the stuff, you shouldn't be allocating the points on the tree. I would probably take... I'd probably take these 2 points right here. They're generally pretty powerful. And then I'd probably come down here and take this for some extra AoE. It'll gain you a bit more damage. If you want, you could also just put more points into life to be a little bit tankier. Your armor is a little low. So like on one of these other flasks, you should have an armor increase roll. So like, take the... I would recommend running Brine King. I would take Brine King for freeze immunity, and I'd actually change your Amethyst Flask to be something like increasing your armor. Do something like this. And just you want this extra armor roll on one of your flasks. And yeah, I'm just saying until you have these things on your tree, I wouldn't allocate points into it. But mostly I'd say mostly fix your flasks a little bit, and then you're just going to want to craft a better weapon. Your Lethal Pride is not worth socketing. This Lethal Pride is not worth socketing. I'd actually drop it completely too. It's just not that good. Those 2 points, you get better value doing other things with them. I'd even go this way and take back the attack speed, just so you move quicker. Especially when you use like Leap Slam or whatever movement skill. Yeah. Mostly what I see is just fix your flasks a little bit, and you need to invest in trying to craft a better weapon or buy a better weapon. I just don't think that's a great Lethal Pride. I don't think it's worth socketing in your tree. So I would drop it and just use those 2 points on regular passives. Eventually get a much better Lethal Pride when you actually have some money. But yeah, what you really need right now is just a better staff. Like, you need something that has just better damage. You know, even if it's like, you know, like 700 DPS, it's gonna make you feel a lot better. I feel like also make sure to quality your gems. Like your Assassin's Mark should be at 20% quality for guaranteed power charges on single target over time. And I'd work on quality all your other main gem links on your abilities. Your Cyclone and General's Cry as you get, you know, GCPs. And then hopefully you find that lab so you can get that overleach. That's going to make you feel pretty tanky. Yeah, instead of worrying about buying a bunch of unique jewels and cluster jewels and all this other stuff, I'd work on just making a better weapon. Like, just make a better weapon. all that stuff is nice to have later on, but you should always be focusing on having a better weapon. And like, to be almost in T16s with a 500 PDPS staff, I'd be more, my focus would be more on crafting a better weapon and putting all my attention into that if I was where you're at right now.
Greetings.
You just sim it. You socket it into the tree with your BOB and you sim it and see if it does more damage or less damage than the others. That one had like bonuses to totem placement speed and Warcry speed and Warcry buff or whatever stuff that's not going to help you on the build. Yeah, fix your flasks. That should be pretty easy to do. Make sure you have one that has increased crit and one that has increased armor, and then focus on your weapon. Once you have a 700, 750 physical DPS staff, which will blast everything outside of, you know, T17s and Uber bosses, then I'd start working on, like, you know, your Storm Shroud, your Elemental Ailment immunity, that kind of stuff. I kind of just want to go straight into a T5 map and see what this feels like. I feel pretty good on this build right now. I kind of just want to blast a T5 and see what this feels like.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah, we're just like, this shit is so powerful, dude. This feels so good. Of course, I don't have chaos resistance, and my elemental resistances are probably undercapped right now. Yeah, so I'm weak as fuck, but my damage is good. So I just gotta focus on fixing my gear up real quick. Try to use the tree to do that. Fix my resistances. I'm gonna have to get some amethyst rings. Try to get some chaos resist going. Alright. Dude, the damage is so nice. Okay. No chaos resistance and under capped on. Probably should not be doing ritual, but that's fine. That is fine. Also, I need to select my freeze immunity Pantheon. Salted orb. Nice. Gotta get some chaos resistance. Yikes, dude. Maybe 6 stacks of poison, no chaos resistance. Also, let's fix our loot filter up to... We're gonna go 5. Oh no, we got a possessed. Yikes. Okay. That went fairly well. Alright, we're taking the freeze immunity and we're gonna go with immunity to burning ground for right now. I think is the play.
Hello.
Alright, I'm gonna go crazy here. We're gonna try a T10 map. I wanna see how this feels. We just finished the campaign, we're gonna go straight into T10. Okay, we might not be ready for T10. I think it's the stun immunity more than anything that's probably concerning. So I gotta figure that out. Okay. Yeah, we gotta work on... Not quite ready for T10 maps out of the campaign, but I think T5 is fine. Get our resistances capped up, get our block up, get our HP up. Consecrated ground. It's like he's not... It's like my zombies aren't triggering. It's super weird. And there they go. Might not be able to kill this guy. Alright, whatever. Whatever, dude.
This world is not yours! Oh, they're swarming me! Burn it all to the ground! I've almost got it! Help me! Burn it all to the ground! Victory!
The Maryline is ready to go.
Let's see if make anything at the monastery.
Welcome back. The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Fractured item.
Business, business. It's a gilded wonder. Hello, hello. The man. Oh. Could do worse, exile.
Dog Slayer. Good.
Okay, let's try this out now with a little bit better gear. Honestly, I might run Purity of Elements. Might just run Purity of Elements right now. Over, I think, Haste. Right, because yeah. We're gonna run Pride, Precision, and we'll run Purity of Elements, I think. Purity of Elements.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh, scared. Or the balcony.
Yeah, that's much smoother. Alright, just gotta get several levels in and level up all my block stuff for some defense. I think we're gonna be in a good place.
Keep them back.
I'm gonna start throwing all my stuff at getting a better 6-link chest.
I'm going to lose focus. Aid me! I've almost got it! For victory!
Chaos Core. What's the useless piece of shit? Orb of fusing.
It feels like better burst single target damage, yes, for just getting to maps, but I also have a lot of good gear on this character that I didn't have, you know, on the league start guy, so it's hard to say. I still need to put like a good 10 to 15 points into him for defense, because I gotta scale my block right now. I need to grab the Rumi's Flask. Need to grab the Rumi's Flask from main guy. Yeah, so I think we're gonna drop probably this flask for right now to run Rumi's. Oh no, we're gonna drop the, what am I thinking? We're gonna drop this guy. We're gonna run armor on you. I gotta fix my flasks real quick. So this is fine-ish. This should be increased armor. Not too happy with the 4 seconds on it though. Let's roll my Quicksilver and then we'll come back to it. Yeah, you can link me your weapon. Avoiding, I think, chance to avoid being stunned during effect is probably what I want. Void stun is probably the best thing for me right now. 40% chance. I think that's fine. Kind of want to roll this over. Watch me not get armor now. Chance to avoid being stunned is way better. Let's take you. Care about shock or freeze or chill. Doesn't do anything for me. Poison is like my other problem right now. I gotta figure out. So something about poison would be preferred. I need increased armor, what am I thinking? This is fine. Yeah. Alright, let's grab roomies.
Unit heading up to the code 3 chase. Suspect was last reported southbound on Highway 99. Can you give me more info on that call? Just cleared another call. I'm headed over there. Closing fast on a vehicle that matches the description. That reported party? All units go to condition 2. Pilot into a rig, stand by. I'm gonna try to get in front of this guy, slow him down. Together 16, 10 clear with the pursuit.
Nice, that's a decent mid-game. Decent mid-game staff you got there. Alright. Just more physical DPS. Your staff is like 760, so at this point that staff will be used, like you'll use that until you make your really expensive in-game staff, which is probably going to cost you several dozen divines. But you'd be looking for a staff that has like 900 to 950 plus physical DPS or higher.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
None shall pass! I'm going to lose focus. For victory!
Cha-ching!
Ooh. Alright, dude. The goatmen are terrifying. This is a lot of goat guys. Oh my gosh. So many goat dudes. Oh my god, Harvey goats. Nah, bro, there's no way. No way.
Retreat, Highborn! Aid me! not long now. Destroy them all! For the dreamer!
Orb of alchemy. Orb of scouring.
Welcome back.
Let's see. Yep, I think today was pretty good. We got the character leveled up. I think I'm going to take a break for a little bit, wind down. We have been going almost 10 hours today. And I will be working on the character a little bit off stream, and then I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I want to get it into red maps and play around with some stuff and see, especially once we get another 10 to 15 points on the tree, how things go. Also do my last ascendancy. So, yeah, thank you guys for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Feel free to join the Discord if you would like to get involved with the community, if you're looking for help from anybody. But yeah, I'm going to sign off. I will catch you guys tomorrow. See ya.